All right, everybody ready? We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
Councilmember Miller,
Present.
and Mayor Ortiz.
Present.
For the record, Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Hamid and Councilmember Furman are absent.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
There are none.
All right, and then do we have any abstentions?
I don't have no abstentions, but I do need to note that I have a conflict on a few items. If you'll just give me 1 second here. Items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. I have a conflict due to financial interest in a property and business that I own on Miles Avenue. So I will be not participating in those 4 items.
All right, thank you. And we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thanks.
No, he didn't say anything.
So I've already suggested to the mayor before we start the meetings, we play a little Frank Sinatra to get everybody ready.
All right, thank you all for joining us. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Furman,
Present.
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
Councilmember Miller,
Present.
Mayor Ortiz,
Present.
and for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Ramos Hamid is absent.
Thank you. And first off, before we get to our invocation, we've had a lot of losses in these past couple of weeks, so we want to have a little moment of silence. First for Fire Captain Tim Rodriguez, Assistant Chief Josh Bishop, and Tony Sousa, Pilot Tony Sousa, who died in fighting the fires out here in that helicopter crash, and also in remembrance of all those that we lost in Maui these past couple of weeks. So if you'd like to join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And we'll move on to our invocation. We have Pastor Dave McCoy from Garden Fellowship Church. Thank you.
Yep, you can hear me. Well, Mayor Ortiz and distinguished council members, want to thank you for allowing us to be here today. We really truly count it as an honor. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this beautiful day that you've given us, a day in which we can serve our fellow man and our community. Lord, and I thank you for the various agencies that are represented here today, the fire and police. We ask your blessing on them and their families, Lord God, and all that they do to truly to serve and protect the city of Indio. We ask your blessing on them. Father, I lift up these proceedings and the things that will come before the mayor and the council members, and ask, Lord, that you would give them wisdom. Lord, whether the matters are great or small, that you would bestow upon them the wisdom that comes from you, that they may render just decisions that are to the benefit of all, Lord. And so, Father, thank you so much. Thank you for the workers and the civil servants here in Indio, and we ask your blessing on them and their families. And thank you for giving us life, Father. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Up next, we have our flag salute by Elena Cañas, second grader from Jackson Elementary. Hi, Elena. Elena Cañas is in the dual language program at Jackson Elementary. Her favorite subject is math. She enjoys playing soccer, spending time with her little sister Lucia, and has been working on perfecting her cartwheels and handstands. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
And now begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Back up front. Got a little backpack for you to take here. I'll take a quick picture over here. Yeah. How you doing? Thanks for coming.
Is it okay if I take a picture as well? Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. And next up, we have a recognition in honor of Hunter Lopez Day. 2 years ago, the city of Indio, we lost Corporal Hunter Lopez in Kabul, Afghanistan, as he attempted to help others during an attack at Hamid Karzai International Airport. After the tragic loss of Hunter Lopez, Mayor Furman designated August 26th of each year as Hunter Lopez Day to honor a member of the armed forces or a veteran who is a great example of Corporal Lopez's commitment to serving his community. Would you all like to join me down? Yeah. And then we have Keanu joining us.
Doing all right, sir.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Council member.
So this year we would like to honor Ralph Duarte, a former Army Ranger who served from 2004 to 2008 and completed 2 tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. He is currently the Senior Veterans Representative for the County of Riverside Veteran Services. He has been working there for 10 years. We want to thank him for his extraordinary work in helping connect veterans to the services they need within our community, which includes getting them connected to housing services, health services, employment opportunities, and other essential services. We decided to honor Ralph Duarte this year because of the great things that we heard from our veteran community. They mentioned that Mr. Duarte has been a critical component in improving veteran services at the county, which has changed many veterans' lives in our community, and we're extremely grateful for that work. Mr. Duarte could not be here with us today. He will be at his commencement ceremony receiving his master's degree in public administration from Cal Baptist University, so it's a big day for him and his family, and even more reason to recognize him for his great efforts and his great example for our community. And we do have with us Keanu Stoneburner here from the County Veteran Services to accept the recognition, and we would like to thank him as well for his work with our veterans and ask if you would like to share anything about his work at the county and his colleague Ralph Duarte.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Working with Ralph has been a complete honor. Again, it's an honor. Thank you, Mayor Ortiz and fellow council members and city manager for having us here and presenting this proclamation in honor of Hunter Lopez and everything he's done and his sacrifice to our country. Again, from, I'm a Marine myself, so we felt that loss, in the community itself. But as far as it goes, we just want to thank you again for honoring him, and we're keeping Hunter Lopez's family in our prayers constantly as they bear the heaviest burden of us all here. Again, thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks. And so I'll go ahead.
I'll shut that down.
And So I'll go ahead and read off the proclamation. It says, whereas the City of Indio Council approved resolution number 10332, recognizing August 26th as Hunter Lopez Day in the City of Indio, and during the month of August, and in honor of Corporal Hunter Lopez, the City Council will recognize another current or former member of the armed forces. Whereas Ralph Duarte, U.S. Army Sergeant, 3rd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, served his country while stationed in Fort Benning, Georgia, and had 2 deployments to northern Iraq and 1 to Afghanistan to help fight the global war on terror. Whereas Sergeant Duarte was awarded the Combat Infantryman Badge, the Parachutist Badge, and the coveted Ranger Tab, and is currently continuing his service in Veteran Services as a Senior Veterans Representative in Indio's branch office of Riverside County Department of Veterans. And whereas the City of Indio honors the current and former members of the U.S. Armed Forces, including those who have died in the pursuit of freedom. And whereas we must pledge to never forget those men and women of the armed forces who have made and continue to make the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedom. Now, therefore, I, Oscar Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the Indio City Council, do hereby honor U.S. Army Sergeant Ralph Duarte for his loyal years of service in the United States Army, and encourage all citizens to recognize the services of all current and former military personnel and take part in all national observances. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Indio to be affixed this 16th day of August, 2023. Thank you.
Hunter Lopez's parents, you come down for the photo as well.
Come on up as well. And actually, as well, if you'd like to share about the foundation that you guys have formed in honor of Hunter Lopez, I'll give you a second to share. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Want to share a few words?
Sure. Thank you. After the loss of our son, I didn't know you had a preferred side. After the loss of our son, almost 2 years ago, one of the first things that within a day or two that we committed ourselves to was keeping Hunter's memory alive, and and having people speak his name for years to come, hopefully forever. But we decided to start a foundation with the money that was donated by the community. We're using that money to help families attend their child's graduation from boot camp, mainly down at MCRD San Diego. We've also been able to provide some service dogs for veterans and reunite some families for the holidays and during some hardships. So we're trying to address any need that goes untouched by some of the larger foundations. Again, all of that is being done with the help of the community through the generous donations and support. Alicia does all of it, pretty much all the heavy lifting from our kitchen table. It's pretty much just the two of us with some help from some friends and some friends of Hunters that are there for us to help out. So ultimately, we want to thank the city, the communities, everyone in the Coachella Valley really that's been so supportive and remembering our son and keeping his name out there and his mission alive. So thank you all.
Stay up here for some pictures?
We do a city attorney thing too. Did you skip over that?
No, not yet. Oh, yeah, I did. City Attorney report on closed session. I always skip that one.
Thank you, Mayor. I take no offense. There was no item to report out of closed session today.
All right, thank you. And we'll move on to our City Manager reports and information.
Thank you, Mayor. No specific report, but it happens to be the very day today, August 16th, that 7 years ago, Chief Washburn joined Team Indio. So I thought we could give him a hand. I'm sure he doesn't want to do a speech, so that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Washburn. Thank you for all your hard work here in our city. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to reports on city council, external, internal boards. Ms. Holmes, would you like to start us off?
Sure, absolutely. Good evening, everyone. There were just a few things. This is sort of summer slow. Attended along with Councilmember Miller, who is the chairman of the board, the East Valley Reclamation Authority meeting. It was a very short and sweet meeting. We met the new general manager and essentially approved a $703,000 budget for the upcoming fiscal year. A couple of other things that I was involved with, Women's Club of Indio. They attended a luau throughout the summer. Even though we're dark, we constantly look for ways to fundraise and to support our community. And that happened to have been an evening of fun and getting together and trying to stay connected with all components. In fact, we're doing several drives for the Rescue Mission, Martha's Village, and other parts of our community. Participated, as I think everybody did here at the on the dais, in the cleanup at the Desert Gardens. I know we've done several of those this past year. I want to keep that going. I think it's great. It beautifies our city, and it sort of sends a great message. So happy to do that. I popped into IPD's 93rd birthday today. I got there a little bit late, but that was very, very cool. Happy birthday to the Indio Police Department, and got to see the new recruitment vehicle. This is really cool looking blue, with really great graphics on the side. It's being used to recruit some of our folks. I think that's absolutely terrific. And last but not least, I want to thank Scott Visiak. He came up to Four Seasons Terralago and presented just several hours or a few hours on emergency preparedness. He brought people from the county. I mean, it was so well received. It was so thorough, and it really, embraced the fact that we live on a fault. There are some things that we need to do. Let's be aware of what we need, how we need, the items we need, the family, the friends that we need to be a part of, so that in case of an emergency, we can reach out to people in need. He just did a tremendous job. I know that community up there very, very much appreciated, and really wanted to thank him for that. And that ends my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Furman.
Good evening, everyone. I did have one committee meeting. That was Coachella Valley Energy Commission meeting. And during the duration of the meeting, we had a presentation by LRI Consultants, who we've been in discussion with, helping us move forward with our governance portion with IID, either moving forward with the JPA or MUD or any sort of other entity that we can move forward after the agreement with IID. But we're still in concerns, in discussion, and there's been concerns with the LAFCO report that we did receive, being that the LAFCO report that we received had options of what we can move forward with, no recommendations. And after reading into LAFCO's bylaws, so to speak, a portion of that should have been addressed as recommendations. So we're still in discussions about that. And also during the meeting, our city manager, Brian Montgomery, gave a brief overview of what the city of Indio has been doing moving forward, forming a JPA with IID to fund our power infrastructure here in the city of Indio. And I have to add that the effort has been met with praise from some of our other communities with the innovation that city manager, our consultants, and IID has moved forward with this JPA and the city of Indio. So we also had a update by Daryl Buckley, who's the manager of the local IID office here in La Quinta. And the reason why I want to bring this up is, during these meetings, he does an update of some of the things that's been going on with IID, what they're doing in our area. And some of the noticeable items were last month, 100 transformers that were known to have potential failures or actual failed were replaced but that's out of tens of thousands. So there's a lot more work that has to be done, but it's just on record that it's being accomplished. And also, they're in the process of finishing up offsite mitigation planning work that's near the Royal Crossing apartments on Jefferson Highway 111. And also currently there are 1,025 active projects in the Coachella Valley with IID. So there's a lot of work going on with IID. We took a large step in forming the JPA and working towards our future here in the city of Indio, short and long term. So there's still a lot of discussions going on there. And that was the only meeting I had, but I did attend some activities. One was the Ono Barbecue ribbon cutting, North Indio. So very, very exciting. You know, it was a little wait getting it open. They had some supply chain issues that we're all experiencing, but once they opened, they were packed, and they're still packed, and so it's pretty good. So that's Ono Barbecue, that's north of the freeway off of Jackson Street. And we also attended the Avenida Music ribbon cutting here, the grand opening here downtown. We've all been waiting for this revitalization of downtown. Well, you know it's happening, and they did a ribbon cutting in August, so that's kind of rare. But look forward to more coming September and October. As you can see, there's a lot of construction going on. Our amphitheater is almost complete. We're still having events downtown, and there's a lot more coming. And such as the Food Truck Fridays I attended. It's become a family favorite every Friday. No dinner. We go down to Food Truck Fridays, whether it's barbecue, tacos, or sushi. You can get all the Food Truck Fridays, and that's every Friday here on Town and Bliss from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. now. So they're going a little later, and they also have a water bouncy for the kids. So that's pretty fun. And I also attended the second Saturday event, which this past Saturday. It was really nice. I got there a little late, but it's always fun. The bands are always fun. And I did talk to one of our residents who told me he's been to every single one, and he's proud that he's been able to do that because he's been waiting years for Indio to activate downtown. And he said it's finally happened, and so he was very pleased. And in conclusion, I did attend the Desert Gardens Community Cleanup, and as the council member mentioned, we look forward to these continuing. We look forward to the community coming along and helping with us, because it's not only a community cleanup, it also serves as an engagement event where we can engage with the community, and if there's concerns that community members have, they see us face to face, whether it's Public Works, whether it's council, whether it's the city manager, because believe me, he's out there painting walls as well. So that will complete my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of my committees that were active. The first one was Sunline Transit Agency. Some of the highlights of Sunline was we have our new general manager in place. Mona took over. Very good find came from the Golden State Transit Authority from San Francisco. So lots of experience. So looking forward to her leading the Sunline Agency. We purchased 10 brand new transit buses for paratransit. They're all going to be from CNG now to hydrogen cell, but one of the problems that we're having with the hydrogen cell is that we can't produce it fast enough compared to what we have, and some of the technology is not available because it's been taken back overseas. So unfortunately, we're going to have to look at a new station here in the city of Indio. We're going to be building one to be able to fuel buses up in the Indio area, servicing just not only our area, but the city of Coachella and La Quinta. And then lastly, we are in need of looking for 40 drivers. One of the things that Sunline Transit Agency has to do to be able to get back to the routes that we want to be able to provide, we have to have drivers. They're paying more, they're looking for opportunities to help, but we are in need of about 40 drivers besides other opportunities. So if you're anybody that you know might be looking for a job or an opportunity, please have them go to sunline.org and look to see if there's an opportunity for them to be able to join the team. Secondly was EVRA, which is our joint powers with the Valley Sanitation District. As Councilmember Holmes said, we are looking at a $700,000 budget, but as Ray Trejo, our general manager of the Indio Water Authority, can tell you, a lot of issues with this new opportunities. We're looking to do recyclable water, but a lot of the water that's being treated now has been dumped into the canal that's gone to the Salton Sea. So we're having issues with other people saying that you're going to take water away from the Salton Sea, even though we want to use it for other stuff. And with the chromium-6 issue coming up, it's going to be even more difficult for us to be able to do that. So we're looking at opportunities to bring other water sources into the city of Indio, but becoming very challenging and could become very expensive, where we might have to look at other opportunities, and maybe at this time we'll let this one go. Also was able to attend the Ono Barbecue, great opportunity, another restaurant here in the city of Indio. We did one right before that. The Texas Roadhouse should be opening up very shortly. I did a tour of that inside, beautiful inside, huge restaurant, another great opportunity for the city of Indio. And then Avenida Music, our local youth, starting a nice little restaurant, combination coffee, nightclub here in downtown, which you're going to see many more opportunities coming up. So look forward to the city of Indio opening up so many more, not only affordable and nice places to eat, restaurants, but also nightclubs and other things. So, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller.
If I could.
Go ahead.
One more last thing. This Friday, Mayor's Cup. Shadow Hills, Indio High School. We started this a while ago. I'm an honorary knight, but my kids are all Rajas, so I'm hoping for a tie, 2020. But this Friday night at Shadow Hills High School, come on down and enjoy some of Indio's spirit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. So today I got back this afternoon from Sacramento, where I was able to attend a workshop with federal representatives that work on loans for infrastructure improvements and climate change mitigations. Some of the concepts we talked about were virtual power plants, which are solar panels or other renewable energy methods connected to the grid to relieve the strain on the grid. We also talked about prefabricated housing and how it's being proven that with the right developers and the right streamlining can speed up housing development, cut cost of construction, and reduce emissions by having a centralized location for the workers. And it can also drastically reduce waste and emissions by reducing the amounts of construction waste. I spoke to several private developers as well who were interested in partnering with us on getting some projects going here in Indio, so we'll be talking to our staff and council about some potential applications that we can work on for this loan program. A few weeks ago, I also traveled to Sacramento for a state water board meeting where we were discussing chromium-6. I expressed our city's concerns in that we would need to raise rates about 25% over the next 5 years to meet the recommended new targets for chromium-6 if we did not have grants from the state to help cover some of those costs. So we'll be awaiting the final decision about that here soon. A few weeks ago, we also had the grand opening, as was mentioned, at Hawaiian Ono, which has been looking very busy since then, and we're glad to see them being successful here in the city. I got to meet the CEO of the company, and he actually immigrated here from China at 9 years old, and his dad used to run a Chinese food restaurant for years, working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week to be able to help him get the opportunity to go to college. So he has a great story, and we're really happy to have him here in the city and glad to see him being successful. We also had the grand opening at Little Music Hall in downtown Indio from our local group, Avenida Music. We're really excited to see that building renovated and being used, and we're looking forward to having their family-friendly events included in all of our new entertainment opportunities here in downtown. I also attended the Desert Gardens community cleanup with Councilmember Holmes and Councilmember Furman, as well as some of our staff and some volunteers who showed up to help. I want to thank everyone who came out to help our neighbors get rid of some of their old furniture and old items taking up space in their storage and in their yards, and helping the community just look a little brighter there. And I know they really appreciated the help, so thank you to everyone who came out to help that night. And as Councilmember Miller mentioned, this Friday is going to be the Mayor's Cup at Shadow Hills, so hope everybody can join us there. And that's all I have. Thank you. And we'll move on to, let's see, our consent calendar. Do anybody wish to pull any items? I actually have one that I just wanted to get a presentation. Sorry for the last minute request, but it's going to be 8.6, the conservation program update and recommendation. We'll just get a little presentation on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Members of the board. So today we have an item for your approval or consideration for approval that captures the entire conservation program. So just a few slides to give an overview of the activities that we have coming before you and the recommendations. I'd like to also point out that Michelle C. is in the audience, is our manager, and she's helping me extensively in the managing of this program as well. So to date, we've received approximately $900,000 in grant funding, which is, I believe, probably the most that we've received in a conservation program over the last few years, and that's exciting. Despite the increased precipitation in the state, we still need to prepare for the future. So the grant does not cover specifically for grant funding artificial turf. We wanted to highlight that to you. At first, we were questioning why is that, and what we found is that artificial turf may have PFAS in it, and PFAS is potentially a new constituent that may have an MCL that we would have to deal with in the coming years. We can talk about that at a separate date on how we plan to address that successfully.
And for people who don't know what the MCLs are, it's just this is a pollutant that's being found in a lot of other regions in the nation, right? From
Correct.
Plastics and foams and other things.
That's correct. So PFAS is a man-made constituent. MCL is a maximum contaminant level or limit that the state turns into law that we have to adhere to, so we have safe drinking water. PFAS has been one that has not been on our radar because it's so minute that our instruments cannot detect it. And now we have the technology to start detecting these man-made chemicals. Again, that is not covered, but it doesn't mean the city can't or residents can't use artificial turf. It's just that we will not provide dollar per dollar reimbursement for that line item.
Gotcha.
The turf rebate amounts, we are today requesting that we increase a part of the program from $2 to $3 for projects that include native trees. For every 250 square foot application we receive that has a tree in it, we will encourage an additional $1 to cover the cost of those trees as part of our turf replacement program. And the reason we're doing that is that we've listened to what you have to say. When you remove turf, you might have or cause heat islands. And our way to battle that is to ensure that trees are planted and we have a reimbursement for that. The projects that do not have any trees in their applications will remain status quo, $2 a square foot. I just want to make a note that the majority of the agencies that had moved up to the $3 are now moving back down to $2, and we're still moving ahead with the $3 recommendation, given the amount of grant funding that we've received on that project. Recommendations: artificial turf is not a reimbursable expense, as we just went over, but residents again can plant that or can use that as a means of replacing turf. It's just will not be reimbursed for that line item. Residential projects get $3 for the trees, and residential projects continue at $2 if they don't include trees. And today we are here with that recommendation for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now I'm glad we're getting information on the PFAS thing out before we start covering a lot of large areas with artificial turf, right? Realizing now that those actually contaminating our water supplies. So I'm glad that's coming out. And thank you for your work on this. I know I've been talking about native trees for a long time. So I'm really excited about this program and excited for the urban greening impacts that this can have in our neighborhoods and start providing some of those cooling effects of these trees in some of our communities. So really appreciate the work. Question?
Just a question. So when a resident comes to IWA with this and they want to plant native trees, are we providing them a list or a study of native trees?
Great question, and we are actually, we have a template or a report that all agencies share that has specific native options on trees. But more recently, what we're trying to do is truly test out whether or not that report has truly native trees, meaning that some of them are adaptive to desert and they may not be native. So we are compiling that. Our website now has been updated to have that list of native trees that are truly native trees, and we work with the mayor on that as well to cross-reference to make sure that they are truly native. So the answer is yes, and the list will be very visible, and the residents will have that option up front. In fact, we just updated our website with that information.
So with this, it has to be native trees, or could it also be desert? As you mentioned, I don't remember the term you mentioned.
Yeah, the priority would be native trees that are from the list. It's an extensive list, whether it's native or desert adaptive. we would have to recognize and understand why they wouldn't be able to provide native trees. If it's a supply issue, that's something we would consider in our review of the application. At the end of the day, we want to encourage planting something that's going to last and not die out with this harsh weather that we experience in the summer. But yeah, case by case, if it's not on our list, we want to ensure that it's in some sort of proof that it's going to last. We're not going to pay for something that's going to only last a year or one season. Great question, by the way. Thank you for that.
Good.
Thank you, Ray, for that. So you're saying that if it's not on that list of extensive trees, then you would get the $2. You could plant it, you just wouldn't get the $3 tree?
Yes.
Yeah,
$3
if it's
per
not,
square foot, excuse me.
correct. If it's not on the list, and once again, I'll say that we have a list that's not only native trees, but we have also desert adaptive part of that list. The priority, of course, native, is that we would not. If it's not part of our planting criteria that's published and available, that all agencies share, it's something that we would definitely point to and redline and not reimburse for the reasons that it will not last.
And have we shared that with our Public Works Director, Tim Wassel, to make sure that the city of Indio doesn't plant anything that's not on that list that we're asking other people to do?
I'll comment that the planning department is using the same list we're using, so I'm assuming that in working together, we do have the same trees. And more importantly, because the CM's involved, he understands the CM, the native trees.
Just want to make sure we're doing the same thing we're asking other people to do.
We are. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Good to go? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anybody need to pull anything?
Yeah, that was my next question. If we're ready, Mayor, I have a few things that I don't need to pull, but I have a few conflicts. 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, and 8.11, because I live up at Four Seasons Terra Lago, so obvious conflict there. And on 8.14, because I have a financial interest in a property and a business within 500 feet of that. So as I understand it from our city attorney, I guess I should make a motion for the consent calendar accepting those items, and then I can leave the dais and those items can take place. So having said that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar except for items 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, and 8.14.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Thank you to staff for all your great work. Appreciate it.
And then you guys go.
And I'll give you a second to get out of here.
And I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar items 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, and 8.14.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miller and a second from Councilmember Furman. Let's go ahead and vote. One more. Motion passes 3-0.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to item 9.1, selecting the finalists from 3 options recommended by the Public Arts Commission for the 9/11 Memorial Project. Ms. Leila Nambar, thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Leila Nambar, Public Art Analyst. As you mentioned, this item before you is to select the finalists for our 9/11 Memorial Project. So we had an artifact since, I believe, 2016, which the city wanted to incorporate that into an art piece. And we were lucky because now we are building a new public safety campus that it's very relevant to that campus. So we had an RFP out from March 1st of this year to May 1st. We asked the artist to include this artifact without touching it or altering it. We received 21 proposals, and then on July 11th, the Public Arts Commission recommended these 3 artists, which one group is a team, and they are proposing 4 concepts for your review and approval. This is the piece that we have. It's 12 foot long. So the first proposal is from James Din. His piece entitled Life of Remembrance. You see the site plan on the top, and then his proposal in the bottom. He's trying to create a sense of collective and collective humanity and community. He's creating a circular plaza. There is a curved wall behind the piece, which has some holes in it. It has also the numbers of 9, 11, and 1 on it. The wall will be backlit at night, and the artifact will be in the center. This is the image for the piece at night. The second proposal is from a team, Sarah Dabbagh and Babak Joez. They have two designs. One is this one before you. It's a concrete piece. Both proposals from them are very minimalistic. The concrete piece is resembling the Twin Towers. And then the artifact will be basically hugged between the pieces of one of the towers. The design incorporates the numbers 9 and also 11. Their second design is an I-beam design, they call it. There are two I-beams that resembles number 11 with the piece in the center hugging again. And then they're creating a planter, with the reason that we can have seasonal flowers there, or people can also put flowers there as a sense of honoring the people who lost their lives on that day. The third proposal is from Oleg Labukin. He is entitling it Courage Towers. The Twin Towers are resembling in those pillar-looking concepts, and the steel artifact is angular in between. So they're still basically trying to show the strength. The artifact in an angle is resembling the tragedy, at the same time is resembling the courage of the nation as well. So he's proposing two different finishes on the towers. One is basically more matte, and the other one is shiny. It will act as a mirror. So with that, staff would like to ask the council to, if they would like to select a finalist from these three groups, and then authorize the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate the contract for the amount of $125,000 for this piece. And that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Namvar. I have my first question on the first one. For safety, I'm just wondering, because I know there's a lot of jagged pieces on that art piece. Is there any safety concerns there with like children jumping on there or anything?
So that's always been a concern. It's a little bit high, and then if there is anything so sharp like nails and stuff, that will be a little bit smooth, but the entire thing won't be changed. So anything that creates a safety issue. But this is something that you, even if you put a smooth type of art piece anywhere, there's some people that would like to touch it. So we probably will have some signage as well to just say this could be hot and this could be not appropriate to touch.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments?
I actually like the first one personally.
First one?
I think the first one has the best. We have E.J. Newmeyer from the chairman from the Art Commission, if you'd like to say something too. No?
No, you good?
Come on up. Give us your thoughts, because they're definitely completely different than what each one is. Each artist has a different proposal.
Hello, everyone. E.J. Newmeyer, Chair of the Public Art Commission. The commissioners felt strongly about all three for different reasons. Not touched in the presentation for this first one is the three uses of the different stones. Layla, I don't know if you had the summary from the artist about that. the three stones that he wants to place within the work. The three stones placed, that was covered in the presentation.
Right, it was covered in presentation, so he's gonna have 3 types of stones.
There was more to it that the artist had actually presented as far as the stones go. That's in the staff report if you guys have had a chance to check. The base can be made wide enough that if someone wanted to reach, short arms, short hands, or anything, they probably couldn't be able to touch it unless they climbed on top of it.
Cool. That's good.
So that's as far as the first design. He did desire to have it backlit with white light. Each of the lights as a constellation actually represents one of the members of the fallen first responders.
Oh, cool.
Move to the second slide. Okay. Between these two, I believe this is going to be either a cast concrete or concrete sculpture with a steel reinforced frame. Any questions about this one? Similar here with a steel structure, should be self-supported, blocked off enough by the flowers. And on the final design, our only comments usually with stainless pieces, such as the pieces in the middle of 111, is more the impact of headlights and reflection on this one. So for that piece that's on 111, the bottom portion has a bit of a finish where it's more matte and then transitions to gloss for mirror. So do you have any other questions?
Yeah, on the third one, I like the matte one, but I like 1 and 3 as well. I don't know what you guys think.
I like 1 and 2, but I like them all, so.
Yeah. I like this one, but I'd like to ask, how is, maybe this is a technical question, how is that piece going to be secured between those two towers there?
On this one?
Yeah.
I would imagine that he's going to have some sort of bracketing that's hidden underneath. I don't know if we've allowed for welding or drilling through the artifact itself, but I can't imagine that we'd be able to install it to anything without. City of La Quinta has one, and it is fastened at the base. I believe it was welded. And there's a stainless steel platform in theirs.
Okay. What do you think?
Is there another photo with the base of this one? Or is it just?
I don't know that he's actually got a base or landscape design in this presentation.
Just
straight.
Picture, if you will, I think there's 3 palm trees, and then the public safety campus building is directly behind it. And it's just set in landscape, and I think there's a bit of a berm of grass, but I don't think that he had planned for any sort of landscaping.
I think one thing that the first one has more of that memorial type of feel to it, right?
Yeah.
Like you're visiting, people would come to visit that. I get a sense that people would see that more as a memorial.
For a reason, and especially the representation of the constellation behind, especially when it's lit. I think that's a very powerful message. I think I would like to make sure that we have something written or interactive or something that sort of explains what everything represents, because that really highlights that piece. I mean, that focuses on that that piece. I like the second one. It's nice. It's linear. It's clean. But I really like what this one represents.
This one also gets you a public point where you can have a gathering or say for
candlelight vigil or something.
Right.
Vigils, any kind of gathering, for law enforcement, or even just a place to go have an interview on television with a backdrop in front of the building.
Yeah.
And I like the idea that you can use it, it's just as powerful at night than it is during the day. You can see it at the day, and then at night, a lot of our art that we have is lights on it, but it's not, this is profound, it will stand out. Be willing to go see it.
Yeah, jumping in on that, Mayor, it's right at the corner of Dr. Carrion and Jackson, so it's mostly people driving by rather than stopping, so something very visible. I think there is a legitimate administrative concern with regard to the jagged edges that someone could access, but a point Councilmember Holmes made, if it didn't change, and if this is the one that you selected, if it could be elevated just a little bit more, it would provide some surface for some sort of text or explanation or the name that would be a little more visible as well. I think no matter what we do, widening the base, there could be like a little decorative wrought iron fence, but the last thing we want, I think, is a kid standing on that, as shown here, even if that's 2 feet, and somehow grabbing onto that piece of metal. So it either needs to be higher or protected, in my opinion. And if it's higher, then you've got a lot of surface that could be for some sort of explanation or signage on the pedestal.
If I may, great idea, great concept, but something I'd like us to consider, and this hopefully isn't just off in a completely different direction, but I've been to several locations, other museums and whatnot, where you can have a QR code you can scan. You can have your phone, your whatever, and you can listen to someone narrate the particular piece and what it represents. I'd like to see us move in that direction.
Interactive.
A little bit more interactive at some level, more than just a written word that someone's going to read, just to be able, for everyone of all ages, to be able to listen, and maybe a little bit of history behind it. I think that's immensely valuable for our art pieces, and particularly for this piece.
Yeah, I like that idea. Any other comments? I think everybody's good.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thank you, EJ, and thank you, Ms. Namvar.
Probably ought to have a motion on that.
Yeah, go ahead and entertain a motion if anybody wants to make a motion.
What is the actual artist's name?
Go back one slide.
James Dean.
James did.
Okay. Select the finalist. It says select a finalist from 3, so we'll select James Ding and as the finalist for the recommendation by the Arts Commission for the 9/11 Memorial Project, and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and finalize the terms of the agreement for the total amount of $125,000.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Councilmember Miller and a second from Councilmember Furman. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Move on to item 9.2, Miles Avenue South Alley Activation Project.
And so I get to miss out on all the fun tonight. Excuse me, council and audience, for reasons aforementioned, due to a conflict of interest, due to owning a piece of property and a business within 500 feet, I must leave you all. I'll be back, I promise.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Namvar.
Good evening again. This is Miles Avenue South Alley Activation Project. So, as you may know, sometimes the alleys in the cities get forgotten. We forget about them. However, we didn't forget about these two historic alleys. We did a lot of renovation there, landscape, lighting, and it's a nice pass-through. So with downtown getting a lot of more synergies with new businesses, so the city manager tasked this team of staff to come up with some design for this South Alley piece. You can see some images here. There's a west wall, which we're not going to touch it at this point with the art fund. It will be different. We have a different idea for that, but we're talking about the east wall, which has those two windows. So what we have done is within less than 60 days, we have been able to send RFP out to 4 entities. 3 of them were public arts organizations, and 1 was a well-known artist, Patrick Barwinski. The arts organizations were the Artlands, Building 180, and Studio One. We received 3 proposals, but the Building 180's proposal stood out among the others, and the team of staff, when reviewed it, thought it should go before the council directly for review and approval of the budget. The reason we didn't go before the Arts Commission was because this project's supposed to be open to public in beginning of November, so we need to complete it second week of October. Also, month of August, the Arts Commission was dark, so there was a decision made to come before the council directly, which is still per the city code. So what they're proposing is to put some type of backlight mural on the east wall, which will use glow-in-dark paint, and we will install black lights that we will not only be vibrant and happy during the day, it will have a different effect during the night. The cost for such a mural is about $65,000 or $66,000. The other proposal from them is split lights, which is 3 different lights with different colors, and you put it on the angle. We are planning to put it on both of the buildings, so it shines on the sidewalk, and on the sidewalk people can come and cast shadow and even dance, and it will be interesting. The cost for this will be $27,500. There is also a sculptural light-up seatings that we think we would like to put one at the entrance to the south alley, and also a set on the north alley. And the cost for that will be about $41,000. They are planning to put a handle, so there won't be any room for anybody to lay down on it, so it will be people only sitting on it, and it will give a nice effect at night as well. And it kind of like points to the alley. There's something going on inside. So the timeline is the final design approval will be on September 18, and then it will be finished by October 15. We have 2 weeks of wiggle room just for, as a contingency time. And it will be unveiled on November 1st. What is before you is 3 proposals. You can approve all of them. You can choose among them, approve one of them or 2 of them. So it's basically up to the council. You can mix and match it, and based on that, appropriate the budget. So basically, staff would like to ask council to review and then approve any of those options up to the maximum number of $135,000, which includes all 3 projects. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And we do have one public comment, which is the EJ.
Hello again, E.J. Newmeyer, Public Arts Commissioner, Chair of the Commission this year. A couple comments and a couple questions for you to consider, and then I can give some opinion on this. The Commission, I'd like to go to bat for our fellow commissioners and the work that they do, and also to kind of promote our local artists. This project was never mentioned to the Arts Commission until this month. We've met every month, including twice in the month of July, once with council. So this has not come before our commission to deliberate, to determine whether it's appropriate, whether the artist's credentials are good enough, whether lighting is something to include, or pieces of furniture. My opinion on that is I think it's a worthwhile project. However, never before have we come to the commission and said, has a piece come before the commission without an artist proposal. What you see is samples of work. None of the images that they've presented from the artist, who I believe is very competent, were the proposed image for downtown Indio's mural. Also, no local artists were allowed to submit an entry to this. And I know that in past, this council has said, we'd like to see more local participation, and that hasn't happened. So just a couple of questions as to why the rush. Why so much money for this one project when it is an alleyway and it is going to be just one wall and one light? And why now, before the opening of the downtown amphitheater? Why not before any of the events that we have? Why anything? Just something to consider. That's my point there.
Right. Thank you. All right. Any comments or questions from our council?
Questions? I'll go ahead. Ms. Snowmore?
Yes, sir.
So we have 3 projects in front of us. You know, one's light on the furniture, and the other one is a colorful mural that glows in the dark. Would there be a conflict of lighting with, you know, all three together? Do you think? I mean, I'm not an artist, so I'm.
It won't be, because the chairs will be on the sidewalk, the mural is on the wall with black light, and also those other lights we can aim them exactly where we would like. So they are not interfering with each other. That bench light is these are all, the bench light is LED, very low. It just glows basically. So we are not anticipating any interference. Also, the Artlands organization is the one organization that also works with the local artists. So we propose to them as well to give us some proposal. We send it to them to give us some proposal, but they did not.
Okay, and also the light. Are these lights? Could they work in our climate here? Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Is that? I don't see that anywhere, but.
It's the same as like street lights, so they work. They're LED special lights for the murals when they have a lot of sun on them. So they will work. We are having another similar type on the mural number 15 and the new restaurant facing the outdoor living room.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice.
Yeah, and just in general, didn't this go to the commission? Why is this being expedited?
It's for expedition, and also the commission was dark. And as I said, from the time that the staff was tasked to the time that we're gonna unveil, it's probably less than 90 days. So we couldn't wait more. And then there was a lot of research and meetings and just working with all different angles. So we did not have time to go before the Arts Commission. But the Arts Commission were informed, I believe, 10 days ago or so.
Okay. But I mean, I understand that, but why are we expediting it though? Why is?
So we can be opening on November 1st with everything else is going to be open in downtown. So we have like a wow moment in downtown.
Yeah, I mean, I like the concept, the alleyway. I've seen that in a lot of areas. And what I do like about the proposal, these are different than what I've seen. You know, we're not copying what somebody else has done. But City Manager?
Yeah, I think maybe an example might be the last item on the agenda. It's just the process. An RFP was issued in March, and you've now approved the artwork in August. So it can happen that way, but if with that time, a time schedule, it's sometime in the spring, they're giving the artist the chance to get to the work. It's probably late spring that it's installed. If there had been a meeting in August, it would have gone to the Arts Commission. It was just emailed to them as kind of a way of just making sure that they're aware and available to speak this evening.
Questions?
Layla, who actually decided the artwork and wanted to push it forward? I mean, did it come from staff? Did it come from?
I'll take responsibility for that.
Is this something you wanted to do based on trying to open up?
I think the time, yeah, just making sure that we expedited all that's going on roughly this fall. And again, knowing that it would be, you know, maybe another 6 months if we didn't move it forward this way. Doesn't mean it can't wait, but that was the push.
So you want to do it as we open up our amphitheater and some of our other restaurants and that to come forward? You want to be able to utilize this as another feature?
Exactly. A lot of the parking, if you think of the Avenue Music location, AMP, and then the Indio Tap House, Italica, that parking behind the alleyway will be critical. And so this is a corridor to some of the near openings. The north corridor not maybe as high a priority, but we want that alley corridor, we want to do that one as well.
I'm good with it. I just don't want to make a habit of it. That's all. I mean, I understand this is a unique situation and everything else, but talking 135,000, we're talking about murals and other things. We're trying to get better prices and other stuff on, but I understand it because I think it would be a benefit to that area, especially with what we got going on, so.
Yeah, no, I understand the
Yep.
expediting of it. What do you think about all three? Two?
If we're gonna do it, let's go big.
Yeah, you like all three?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at 2 and 3 myself. I think
The mural?
the mural, I think maybe, I like the concept and I do like the mural, but it's 135 and it's only one wall. Why only one wall? Is that because of the sun? Is it?
Because the other side, it has vegetation, so we want to trim it and keep it and install some other lighting which is not coming out of the art fund. So some vegetation will help with the aesthetics and also, oxygen, being green, so it's more inviting.
A little cooling.
Cooling, exactly.
Perhaps staff would be negotiating against ourselves on our recommendation, but if those other 2 items went forward and then the planning or the Arts Commission had a chance to look at a couple mural concepts, maybe you can split the baby, so to speak.
I don't like the idea of having the 2 without the mural.
Well, we may want to go back, Matt, if you want to go back. I think that's an excellent point. It's dramatic. The black light is a significant wow.
Yeah, I think the mural's the better part of the whole deal, to be honest with you. My personal opinion, if you really want to talk to Blacklight and do that, I think that's the one that's going to stand out, that people are going to really notice. I think the bench sitting on the corner will be interesting at night, but during the day, it's just another bench sitting there, my personal opinion. But I understand it all.
I think that one would be cool for pictures and stuff, but I also think the seating was the least favorite of mine, but I'm also okay with it, with all 3 of them being included in there.
I think if we're going to do it, it's an investment in our downtown. We're spending millions, or we spent millions on our downtown. I think this is an opportunity to go forward, and from now on, then the planning commission, or the art commission, really needs to weigh in on some of these things. But I'm good with this. We got too much going on right now. I think it's an opportunity to enhance our downtown area.
Okay.
And I also think I like the benches myself. I think it gives folks who may want to have a cigar or something to go into the alleyway.
No, it's a good picture spot.
It's a good picture spot. I like the picture. But it's away from all the folks, and But Councilmember Miller kind of grabbed my spinal cord when he said, "We're going to do it. Let's go big." And so, if not,
let me write that one down so I can bring it up next time.
So, is this an administrative item?
No.
Yeah.
Approval.
Yeah. So I'll move to make a motion to. Let me see. What's our verbiage here? To approve the proposal for building 180 Fort Miles Avenue South Alley Activation Project, and authorize city manager and city attorney to negotiate and finalize the terms of the agreement for a total amount of $135,000, or the amount the city council finds appropriate for this project.
Which was $135,000?
Yep.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Furman and a second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote.
And it's done with respect to our commission, but this is something that's unique, so.
It's a one-time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Ms. Namvar. And thank you, EJ, for joining us.
Don't forget Elaine.
It's probably burning up out there by now.
Try with the RR.
Enjoying the weather out there?
It's just so beautiful.
Welcome to India.
We did approve a new mural for the alleyway.
Oh, cool.
It's going to be really cool.
Exciting.
Black lights and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it should be fun. Next, we have item 10.1 in our public hearings to approve the conduction of a special election. So this is a time and place for the public hearing for the proposed annexation of annexation area number 83 to the City of Indio Community Facilities District number 2004-1. The public hearing, law enforcement, fire, and paramedic services. The public hearing is hereby officially opened. We will first have presentations by staff about the annexation. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons. When all comments have been received, the public hearing will be closed.
Mayor, notice of the public hearing has been published in accordance with the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, and proof of such publication is on file in the city clerk's office.
Thank you. And then we have a staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Juan Reyes, City Engineer. This public hearing item before you is the annexation of the proposed Palmera multifamily development project into the CFD 2004-1 for police, fire, and paramedic services. The project consists of 188 units to be located on the northeast corner of Monroe Street and Requa Avenue. And with the opening of the public hearing, we recommend that you approve a conduction of a special election, adopt resolution number 10383, determining the validity of prior proceedings, adopt resolution number 10384, calling a special election, adopt resolution number 10385, canvassing the results of the election, conduct first reading by title only of ordinance number 1797, authorizing the levy of special tax, and approve a budget adjustment related to the annexation of annexation area number 83 to CFD 2004-1 for parcel map number 38493. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
None, Mayor.
None. Any questions or discussions by members of the council? Nothing. All right, before I formally close the hearing, are there any other property owners subject to the proposed special taxes who wish to file written protest? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk at this time. For the purpose of a majority protest, only written protests are to be considered. Seeing no protest, the public hearing is hereby closed. Now, do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 10383, determining the validity of prior proceedings?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 10383.
And then do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller.
And I'll do roll call for this.
Roll call vote, go ahead.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. At this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the votes cast upon the question of levying the tax are in favor of levying that tax.
Mayor, we skipped the resolution 10384.
Oh, sorry. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 10384, calling a special election?
I'll do the same thing. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 10384.
All right. We have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller. Let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember
roll call
Furman.
vote. Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. At this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the votes cast upon the question of levying the tax are in favor of levying that tax.
Mayor, the votes cast are in favor of levying the tax.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 10385, canvassing the results of the special election?
I'm on a roll. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 10385, canvassing the results of the special election.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Do I have a motion on the ordinance authorizing the levy of the special tax?
And it's still going. I move to waive full reading of ordinance number 1797, introduce the ordinance by title only, and request the city clerk to read the title.
I will second that.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye.
And then I'll read the title of the ordinance, ordinance number 1797, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio acting as the legislative body of the City of Indio Community Facilities District Number 2004-1, Law Enforcement, Fire, and Paramedic Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within annexation area number 83 annexed to said district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now, do I have a motion on the budget adjustment?
I move to approve the budget adjustment as set forth in the agenda report.
We have a motion from Councilmember Holmes and a second from Councilmember Miller. We'll have to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. And that's it, right? All right. Right, and we'll move on to item 10.2, approving the specific plan and certifying, approving the specific plan, resolution number 10387, approving the tentative track map 38470, and resolution number 10338, certifying that the project's final environmental impact report is in compliance with section 15089 and section 15132. All right. Go ahead. 10.2.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Ortiz. My name is Ken Jarif. I'm the principal planner. Tonight I'll be presenting the Desert Retreat by Pulte Homes specific plan, tentative track map, and environmental impact report. The project applicant will be seeking approval from the City Council for their specific plan, tentative track map, and environmental impact report. The project received a recommendation of approval to the City Council from the Planning Commission on July 26, 2023, with a vote of 3-0. On May 27, 2022, applicant David Dwegley submitted an application for a specific plan and tentative track map with associated environmental documentation on behalf of Pulte Homes Company, LLC, proposing the development of 1,500 active adult residential units. The Desert Retreat project would be developed on approximately 378 acres of land located along Avenue 38, Avenue 39, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street. The project will also include substantial open space, including perimeter buffers, landscape parkways, linear paseos, and a community clubhouse with outdoor recreation amenities. Vehicular access to the site is proposed from gated entries on 40th Avenue, Madison Street, and 38th Avenue. Entries will have particularized landscaping, signage, and pedestrian walkway connections. The specific plan proposes the development of a residential community on approximately 378 acres. It would allow for the construction of up to 1,500 single-family homes at an average density of 4.1 dwelling units per acre. The project would include a community clubhouse in the center of the project to include outdoor resident amenities such as pickleball courts, tennis courts, and water features. The 1,500 single-family homes would be constructed on approximately 351.6 acres, while the clubhouse and recreation amenities will be constructed on approximately 26.1 acres. The specific plan is proposed to be built in 5 phases, with construction occurring in a counterclockwise direction. Access to the property will be taken from 3 newly proposed drives from Avenue 40, Madison Street, and Avenue 38. The first access point and primary residential entry will be a gated entryway located off of Avenue 40, just west of the intersection of Madison Street. The project will include the installation of a stoplight at the proposed primary entryway, aligning with the existing driveway into the Sun City Shadow Hills Golf Course and Restaurant. The second access point and secondary residential entry to the proposed community will be located north of the intersection of Avenue 40 and Madison Street. The project will also include placing a stoplight that will align with North Sun City Boulevard. The third access point to the proposed development is located off of Avenue 38. The secondary entryway is proposed to be built directly across from Talavera Boulevard. The proposed access point will have a stop sign that will allow for both left and right turns out of the community. Surface drainage will be split between the northern and southern halves of the property, with water flowing north in the northern portion of the property and south in the southern portion via project roadways and using retention basins, facilities within the open space paseos. The stormwater systems drainage framework will be adopted and detailed by implementing the tentative track map. The proposed project will be completing off-site street improvements that include but are not limited to roadway improvements off of the southern half of Avenue 38 along the property frontage, full-width street improvements between Avenue 39 and Sun City Boulevard, the northern half of Avenue 40 along the property frontage, and the western half of Madison Street along the property frontage. The project will also be maintaining all of the frontage landscaping along Avenue 38, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street. Architectural styles designed for this community will utilize materials that are long-lasting, such as metal, wood, and brick. The color palette consists of mainly neutral earth tones, such as tan, white, and light brown, that are consistent with neighboring communities. The proposed design includes residential and people-centric spaces at pedestrian scale and attracts the visual interest as residents move throughout Desert Retreat. The landscape architectural design for this project reflects a desertscape theme with supplemental ornamental accent landscaping. The allowable plant mix consists of drought-resistant plants, and the specific plan outlines community landscape policies that provide a commitment to water conservation. The specific plan will meet this policy by utilizing the proper layout of water-efficient plant materials and a state-of-the-art irrigation system. It is the intent of these guidelines to provide flexibility and diversity in plant material selection while maintaining a limited palette to give greater unity and thematic identity to the community. The landscape materials listed in the community plant palette have been selected for the appropriateness to the project theme, climatic conditions, soil conditions, and concern for maintenance. The selection of plant material will include ground covers, accent shrubs, functional turf palm trees, and evergreen trees. Flowering vines may also be used throughout the project. The proposed community plant palette is consistent with the City of Indio's drought-tolerant landscaping plans and with the neighboring community landscape plans. Tentative Track Map 38470 is in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act. The proposed map is consistent with applicable general and specific plans, and that the project is proposing to develop 1,500 active adult communities, a community clubhouse, a community landscape plan, and recreational amenities, and is consistent with the City of Indio General Plan 2040 and with the Desert Retreat specific plan. The design or improvement of the proposed subdivision is consistent with the land use designation of suburban neighborhood high, and with policies and specific actions in the Desert Retreat specific plan. The site is physically suitable for the type of development, and that adequate access and infrastructure exist or will be provided. Furthermore, the site has no topographical constraints. The site is physically suitable for the proposed density of the development, and that SNH and Village Core designation calls for detached family housing units at approximately 4 dwelling units per acre and is consistent with the General Plan 2040. The design of the subdivision or the proposed improvements are not likely to cause substantial environmental damage or substantially and avoidably injure fish or wildlife or their habitat, and that the project is going to be constructed in a heavily disturbed project area. The city, in its capacity as lead agency for the project, had prepared an initial study pursuant to the provisions contained in the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, and determined that potentially significant impacts could result from the proposed project. As a result of the findings, an environmental impact report was prepared to evaluate and assess these environmental impacts. The city sent a notice of preparation of a draft environmental impact report to the Office of Planning and Research, responsible agencies, and other interested parties, and published the NOP in the Desert Sun on July 18th of 2022. A 30-day public review period for the NOP for the draft EIR was issued commencing on July 18th and ending on August 16th of 2022. All comments received were considered and evaluated in the analysis contained in the draft EIR. The draft EIR for the project has been prepared by the City of Indio in its capacity as lead agency in conformance with the provisions of CEQA guidelines. The draft EIR assessed potentially significant impacts that could result from the project and tiers off the General Plan 2040 EIR. On February 28, 2022, the city initiated the 45-day public review period on the draft EIR by filing a notice of availability with the State Office of Planning and Research, publishing the notice in the Desert Sun, and releasing the draft EIR for public review and comment at the city's website. And pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15086, the city consulted with and requested comments from all responsible and commenting agencies. and interested parties during the 45-day comment period, which ran from February 28th to April 14th of this year. Following the end of the public review period, the city prepared written responses to all comments received on the draft EIR per CEQA guidelines. The draft EIR, all appendices thereto, the comments and responses to the comments on the draft EIR, clarifications, revisions, and corrections to the draft EIR, and the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program and all appendices thereto represent the final EIR for the project, and that was also included as an addendum to the staff report. The specific plan is in compliance with the City of Indio General Plan and Indio Municipal Code Section 6.05.03. The tentative track map is in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act, and the final EIR is in compliance with Section 15089 and Section 15132 of CEQA. With the application of relevant conditions of approval, the project can be approved, and all conditions of approval are binding and must be adhered to. We also have the City of Indio's consulting traffic engineer who is going to be participating virtually tonight, who can address any concerns or comments pertaining to traffic from the proposed project. Director Snyder is also participating virtually as well and is available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for staff before we open up the public hearing? No questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. I have two here. First, we have Deborah G. Minor.
Would it be possible to have the applicant present first and hopefully address any questions that the public may have at this time?
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Ortiz and council members. My name is David Dwegley. I'm the land manager for Pulte Homes. We're excited to bring a new Del Webb community to the city of Indio. The project name is Del Webb Desert Retreat. Our goals are to design a high-quality Del Webb master planned active adult community, plan a community that is compatible and connected with the surrounding residential communities and recreational amenities, help the city's need for additional housing, contribute to the city's economy by providing local businesses with a supportive population. We're proposing up to 1,500 detached single-family homes on approximately 377 acres, which is 4 units per acre. The lot sizes range from 4,700 square feet to 6,700 square feet. There will be 5 development phases with approximately 250 to 350 homes per phase. Each phase is expected to take 18 to 24 months to complete, and we're anticipating a 8 to 10 year build out. This is the vehicle circulation plan. We have Madison Street to the east, 38th Avenue to the north, Jefferson Street to the west, and 40th Avenue to the south. There will be 3 residential entrances. The main entrance will be off 40th Avenue. This will be an signalized intersection. The secondary signalized intersection will be on Madison, and a 3rd 4-way stop entrance on Avenue 38th. The internal pink and blue lines are the primary and secondary spine roads within the project. This is the pedestrian circulation plan. The green dash represents the open space paseo routes. The yellow represents the sidewalks along the streets. The blue shaded area is our centralized amenity center. The green circles represents the pedestrian access to the perimeter street sidewalks, and the purple represents the perimeter street sidewalks. There's approximately 100 acres of open space within the project. This is a photo representation from Del Webb Rancho Mirage, just showing the trail system there. This This is an illustrative rendering of Phase 1. We have the main entry coming up from Avenue 40th, open space paseos and walking paths as you move through the community, and the clubhouse and amenity center at the northwest location of Phase 1 and centrally located within the community. The clubhouse and amenity center will be developed around second quarter of 2026, which is 1 year after our first closing. The model grand opening is scheduled for first quarter of 2025. This is an enlargement of the clubhouse and amenity site plan. The clubhouse will be approximately 23,000 square feet. This is a conceptual rendering of the clubhouse front elevation, rear elevation. Our amenities will consist of extensive walking and biking paths, resort-style recreation center, tennis, bocce, and pickleball courts, fitness facilities, community pool with lap pool, and interior spaces for meetings, classes, and social events. There's a photo representation of our activities and social events. This is taken at Del Webb Rancho Mirage. And then this is a photo example of our entry at Del Webb Rancho Mirage that we like to do a similar entry here at Del Webb Desert Retreat. For our home architecture, we are proposing a total of 10 floor plans to choose from, with 3 elevation styles: modern Spanish, desert prairie, and desert contemporary. There are a total of 6 color and material combinations for each elevation. This is the 3500 series. Each series that I name off, the 35 is the actual width of the house. So as I name these series off, that's kind of telling you the width of the house there. So this is a 3500 series. There are 3 floor plans in this series that range from 1,400 to 1,800 square feet. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a modern Spanish elevation for the 3500 series. This is the 4200 series. There are 4 floor plans in this series that range from 1,700 to 2,200 square feet. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a desert prairie elevation for the 4200 series. This is the 5400 series. There are 3 floor plans in the series that range from 2,300 to 2,700 square feet. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a desert contemporary elevation for the 5400 series. And then these are the color and material combinations for each elevation. So this is the modern Spanish. This is the color combination for desert prairie and for desert contemporary. Any questions on the architecture?
Any questions? No, we're good.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to turn this over to Jim Vaughn, our land council consultant.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is Jim Vaughn. I am land use counsel for the applicant. Before I get into the community outreach, I just want to briefly thank staff for all their hard work vetting this project and overseeing the about 1.5 years almost environmental review process that went on. And they've also, equally importantly, been very helpful in both facilitating the community outreach and also helping work with the developer and the nearby residents to sort of work through various issues and find some solutions, and I'll get to that here in just a second. So the community outreach started over 1 year ago, July 2022. There was a public scoping meeting at the Shadow Hills High School, followed up in September of last year with a presentation specifically to the Sun City Shadow Hills Board to open up that line of communication and share the project details and learn what the board concerns were. Once the EIR was finished and out for public review, we had a presentation to over 400 Sun City Shadow Hills residents there in March of 2023, March of this year, and that's what's shown there in that in that photo. It was a fantastic meeting, great turnout, and a lot of good concerns shared, which I think helped make the project even better. May 2023, after a public consultation with the Planning Commission, we had a final public outreach meeting to make sure we'd reached any residents, not just Sun City Shadow Hills, but any other nearby communities. And through that process, again, a number of concerns were raised, and we've worked through those. Oh, before I get to that, on top of those meetings, the developer also took out 2 ads in the View, the Sun City Shadow Hills newsletter, and also provided a Desert Retreat update a few months ago, which was sent through the HOA to all the residents. So Pulte's done worked really hard to try to establish an open line of communication, really hear and understand what the resident concerns are, and then in good faith address those. So the project really is a great asset to the city and doesn't impact the neighbors. Here are a few of the issues that were addressed. Originally, the developer had proposed a roundabout, the thought being, among other things, that it would help reduce the speeds on Avenue 40, but based on feedback from the residents, this was by far the most hotly discussed topic, but with the city's traffic engineer's input as well, the roundabout design was removed as a concept and replaced with what you'll see in a moment, just a traditional signalized intersection. Construction dust and noise were raised. That's obviously a concern with every project out here in the desert, and the developer, who's of course experienced, will comply with all the stringent dust control and air quality requirements of both the city and the Air Quality Management District. In addition, the issue of construction noise was specifically studied in the EIR and found to have no impact on the adjacent communities. There was some concern raised about the IID substation location. 2 locations were actually identified, one right off of Avenue 40 on a private street called Burr Street, about halfway or so between Madison and Jefferson. And then Pulte actually found and has tied up a site directly adjacent to its property boundary. So coming off of 40th towards the project, and I'll show it to you in a second, that's the location that the developer has submitted to IID and has conceptual approval of that location. So we've addressed the concerns about it being located right there on 40th. And then finally, some residents were raising concerns about folks from the new community coming into the Sun City Shadow Hills community and having access to private amenities, the clubhouse, the various private clubs themselves. That will not occur. This is a separate Del Webb community. As you saw, it has its own clubhouse and amenities, and it will have its own private clubs as well. So there won't be any cross, I hate to say cross-contamination, but that's the concept. Each will be their own project in that regard. There are 2 amenities that on Sun City Shadow Hills or within their community that are currently public, the golf course and the restaurant. And to the extent those remain public, of course, I'm sure the Desert Retreat residents will probably support those, but that really still falls back into the discretion of the Sun City Shadow Hills Board, whether to keep those public or make them private. So that will be something they will take up. Okay, a few of the last issues here. So one is the main entrance, and there's been a lot of discussion, of course, about the main entrance. We removed the roundabout. This is a blow-up of the actual intersection, so as you see, there will be 2 through lanes going each direction. Then you'll have a dedicated left turn lane both into the community and also for those traveling westbound on Avenue 40, turning into Sun City Shadow Hills. So this does a few things. One thing it does is it actually improves ingress and egress to the Sun City Shadow Hills golf course and restaurant parking lot, because now instead of having to fight to cross traffic, and particularly folks coming out and trying to turn left to go west out to Jefferson, as years go by and traffic increases with or without this project, that is going to become, it's a safety issue that residents have raised, and it's going to only become a more serious safety issue. But the signal really addresses that, because now you'll have a dedicated signal phase that will help folks get in and out of that parking lot. In addition, you've got, as you see in the yellow dashed line there, yellow-orange, that's one of the 2 crosswalks coming across where golf carts, pedestrians, even cyclists can use. So as it says here, the traffic engineers, both the ones involved with the EIR preparation and the city's traffic engineer, have both looked at this location issue very closely and have all confirmed that this location is the optimal location. It's the safest. It results in a level of service of A or B, not just at the project main entrance, but at the corner of Madison Street and Avenue 40. Concerns been raised about whether adding a signal at the main entrance is going to cause cars to back up. If they're heading westbound on 40th, are they going to back up into the Madison Street intersection, block that intersection, perhaps block the fire station entrance? That's all been carefully studied by the traffic engineers. They even submitted a supplemental report summarizing what was studied and what was concluded, which was submitted about a week ago to the city. But it's not new information. It's the same study. It's just kind of a summarized version that points out that that queuing question along Avenue 40 was specifically looked at, and there will be no impacts to Madison or to the fire station operations. And as I mentioned, the new intersection will improve current conditions for vehicles, golf carts, and pedestrians coming in and out of Sun City Shadow Hills there. Some current concerns were raised about vehicle stacking coming into the main entrance, backing up onto Avenue 40. The main entrance is actually, the gatehouse is over 550 feet from Avenue 40, and with 3 lanes are stacking for 94 vehicles. So stacking going into the site will not be a problem. This is a similar design to Sun City Shadow Hill, or Sun City Rancho Mirage, or Del Webb Rancho Mirage, and there's never been an issue there. So this design works very well. Another issue that's come up and received a lot of attention is the sewer line. Originally, the design for the sewer, you'll see those dashed lines through Sun City Shadow Hills. The original design had the project sewering 100% to the south through those lines and would have required significant upsizing, disrupting the roads, et cetera. So that concern was raised by the residents, and the developer worked very hard with CVWD to come up with some alternative solutions. A number of them were looked at and discussed in the EIR, and ultimately the developer and CVWD have settled on this, what's shown here on the project site itself. What's in red is up to 280 EDUs, equivalent dwelling units, that can sewer through the existing CVWD system with no impacts, so no need to upsize anything. The rest of the project will sewer through the north through a private system, a lift station, and a force main that will take the flows up to Avenue 38 and right into the treatment plant that's located right there. So, frankly, this is a great solution. It's obviously requires a private sewer system on site, which is a somewhat additional burden both for the developer and ultimately the HOA, but we think that it is the best solution here. As it says here, CVWD is currently drafting the agreement to document this. We actually met with them again today, and they confirmed that they are 100% on board with this solution, and that's what's going into their document. We expect to have that in probably another month. There are still some other details on the water side that are being considered by CVWD, but that should be wrapped up in the next couple of months. As soon as we have that agreement finalized and approved by the CVWD board, we will provide a copy of that to the city. I know that the attorney for Sun City Shadow Hills has requested that the city impose this design as a condition of approval on the project. I just want to point out that we don't think that's an appropriate solution here to address this. The problem's already been solved and it's being documented, but ultimately the sewer design and build is under CVWD's jurisdiction, and even the lines that are in Sun City Shadow Hills are CVWD owned lines that got easements in place. So we don't think it's appropriate for the city of Indio to impose a condition dictating that design. I mean, again, we've worked very hard with CVWD. We've come up with this solution, and it's currently being documented. So I guess my suggestion would be if the city council is inclined to actually impose a condition relating to this, that it be tailored to obligating Pulte to deliver the agreement once it's been approved by the CVWD board to the city, so that the city can monitor the situation, answer questions of residents as they come up, We think that covers it. Again, the problem has been solved at this point. An issue came up late, actually just before the Planning Commission hearing, about concerns about stormwater. So we just wanted to get this exhibit up. It's a complicated hydrology exhibit, but you can sort of see all the detention basins that are built within the community. The bottom line is that all stormwater from the 100-year storm event will be retained on site. In addition to that, there's another foot of freeboard on all those retention basins that provides approximately 30% excess storage on top of the 100-year storm event. Currently, flows, existing flows do exit the site potentially at 40th and go into a retention basin on the Sun City Shadow Hills side of 40th that was designed to accept those flows. Those were existing flows, historical flows. With the project, with the Desert Retreat project in place, it will improve those conditions and, eliminate that historic flow. And I think another point on the stormwater at that location, I just want to assure everyone that there'll be no storm water impacts on Sun City Shadow Hills. In fact, with the regional improvements being put in and that have been put in by CVWD over the last few years, some of those historic flows that retention basin in Sun City Shadow Hills was designed for isn't needed anymore. So not only is there not going to be a problem, but there's probably excess capacity for retention now on Sun City Shadow Hills in that location. Anticipated timeline, we're now in August, finally EIR and public hearings, hoping to break ground late this year with the grand opening late 2024, and as you heard, the model complex second quarter of 2025. Last thing I want to touch on is the developer is committed to continuing its outreach efforts and keeping that line of communication open with the board. We've had numerous conversations with board representatives and the board president. I think they've done an admirable job of raising concerns on behalf of their residents and in many instances working with us to find those solutions. And we'll continue to do that through build-out. We want to be the best neighbor possible. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Any questions?
I do have a couple. All right. So thank you very much for the presentation, by the way, and the actual project here in the city of Indio that possibly might come forward. On the storm drain itself, you say that it won't have any effect on any of the current issues. So your storm drain where is it located where you'll be able to catch your overflow of water on your diagram itself? I saw the rest of it.
Yeah, so the 100-year storm will all be retained on site here and then with these basins. And then these basins, as I mentioned, each have another foot of freeboard. So it's even 30% more capacity than needed for the 100-year storm event. So whereas historically the site's relatively flat, some of the water will historically flow across 40th into that retention basin. It's not shown here, but it's in the Sun City Shadow Hills community. It's right behind the restaurant.
I know where it is. So on this one itself, so you'll keep it in each phase, it will have its own, or will you have it go to one central location?
There are several here. The most southernmost are right north of 40th, so we'll actually pull some water off of Avenue 40 into those retention basins as well. And then the bulk of it is in the middle of the site, as you can see, but they're surrounded throughout.
Okay, so that was a concern, and I talked to some of the residents at Shadow Hills, obviously. And on the access to coming in and out, they have a lot of concern with the actual property itself, with the golf course entryway coming out. A lot of the residents coming from the new property on the north side of it, coming in on the new 18 holes they built, comes through, their maintenance equipment and other stuff. I know the traffic report states that it's not going to have an issue. How will you designate where it goes out, where they're able to move forward? I see on your property where it comes through and goes out. I know the traffic study, and I can talk to our traffic engineer, but with golf carts coming back and forth, going to the golf course now with the extra traffic coming from not only your property, but from the high school, there's a concern, I think, to make sure that their safety is above everything else.
No, that's a valid concern, and as I mentioned, it's been looked at very closely, both by Fair and Peers, worked on behalf of the environmental consultant, and then and Mark Greenwood, who's I think online, can maybe speak to this if you have further questions. But people coming on the golf carts from, for example, the expansion piece of Shadow Hills, they would actually ultimately be able to come, if they'd like to, along the new sidewalk on 40th on the north side and come across the signalized light here as opposed to crossing at Madison, and avoid some of the issues on the right hand, on the southern side of 40th. You can kind of make out there's another driveway outside this red box to the right. That's the maintenance entrance, and there's another driveway after that. All of these will now be right turn in and right turn out only, which actually avoids, again, another potential hazard of folks either crossing through traffic. So now it's, it's just right in and right out, and I think that will again improve some of those risks. That's why this location was ultimately selected and supported by the traffic engineers, because it minimizes the points of contact and conflict between cars going various directions and coming in and out of side streets.
And obviously, as we go forward, I mean, traffic counts are what we believe they're going to be, and obviously with the high school there, and we're going to have more development coming forward. Will you work with them as we go through? What I'm concerned about is they start the project and it doesn't work like we think. I'd like to see some kind of quarterly meetings or something where you're working with the HOA, at least the board and the city can be a part of it, to look at any issues coming forward. So there's open communication as they're going forward, so we can address it before we get to the end, before we get to the 5th phase and find out that we have some other issues. I mean, nothing's going to work perfectly. Obviously, it's a beautiful piece of property, and the 2 other Pulte's that I've seen, the residents that I've talked to have been very happy with everything that's been there. I mean, obviously, there's always some issues that come forward, but this is a big change for a lot of the residents in that area, including the Talavera individuals and other people coming forward. Would you be open to having an open communication with the board to make sure that any issues that are addressed before we get too far down the line?
That's a great idea, absolutely. And I think maybe, for example, with the improvement plans, when they come in for this section of Avenue 40 and this entrance, maybe we can have a specific meeting with the city engineer as well, and make sure that, all the issues have been thought about.
Okay. And then the last one, I am concerned about the CBWD issue. Taking a property across, and if it's not signed, I disagree with your analysis that, what CBD puts in and does. Going through the city in the middle of that area, if it was a vacant land, wouldn't be a problem. Now you have a vibrant community that's there, you have clubhouse, nothing ever looks the same when you go through it. We know that. I would like to see, to make sure that you have the CBWD agreement, not a thought that it's going to be forward and whatever CBWD comes up with does. If you have an agreement with them to be able to utilize the sewer in the other area to take it up and take it to the sewage plant, then I think it should be a condition that you make sure that that's done before the rest of it gets finished up. Would you be amenable to that? I know you don't agree with that, but in your statement, but I really do think that's a vital part of what Sun City Shadow Hills is complaining about or worried about, is the disruption to their actual city development in the middle of it.
So 100% understand the concern, and as soon as the residents raised it, Pulte also understood it, and in fact, from the developer standpoint on the Desert Retreat side, it doesn't do them any good to have to go through and upsize a bunch of pipes that, in the middle of another community, right? So they looked at other ways to go around it. In addition to this solution, there was one other technically feasible solution involving taking it down 40th and down Jefferson and avoiding the community that way. It involved a lot of other issues, but it's still a second way that could be done that wouldn't require upsizing the pipes. So again, I really would encourage you not to impose a condition that mandates the specific solution, but we have it in writing from the district, and I provided that to city staff. They confirmed in writing that they agree with the private sewer solution that I showed you, and that they are drafting the agreement to incorporate that. So it's not just developer talk up here making empty promises. It's already in writing and documented.
Thank you.
Ms. Holmes, Mr. Furman?
I'll go ahead and go. You kind of glanced over it kind of quickly, but I'd like you to go back to the substation. You said that there's a conceptual improvement with IED, and how is that being funded? Is Pulte paying for the substation?
It's going to pay for a significant portion of the substation. Initially, IID responded when we asked for a will-serve letter that, yeah, this site will need a substation like every other project in your city has probably received for the last 2 years. And so over the last about 12 months, we've worked very close with the city manager and also with some IID representatives trying to figure out how this substation can be funded and constructed. And so the current efforts have been to, we found the design. It's what's in white there, by the way, on this site. That's why I brought this back up. That's the location. So that site has been conceptually approved by IID, and I spoke with Jamie Asbury last week about this. As soon as the EIR is certified, because it covers this substation, they will then be prepared to move forward with the engineering and potentially transformer ordering. And the goal is to have discussions continuing with the city and IID to see if this substation can fit within the city's program, the JPA, so that we can, this project can kind of help, if anything, kickstart that. So the developer will have to fund its share of that substation capacity through either, payments as it's being constructed, advanced impact fees. Those are sort of the ongoing discussions with the city as to how that's going to be handled, because there is no existing fee at the city. So we're working through those details, but the concept is that the developer pays its share of the substation, but the JPA can participate in that, and it'll be one of the substations that JPA ultimately owns, and will be in that program. So and the extra capacity, of course, will then, of course, be there for the benefit of the city as well.
Yeah. So with this, is this on Pulte property? Who owns these assets?
That is, all of the land is owned by current landowners. Pulte's under contract to buy all of it. What you see there is it's separately owned, but we're under contract with that owner as well.
Okay.
Good. One thing that I thank you, first of all, for your presentation. I wanted to see, this is something that I want our council to consider asking for all new home developments, but if you would be willing to work with our staff to market these homes to our residents, just because we know that a lot of our homes right now, are not being bought by Indio residents, right? So we just want to improve that connection there. So when we're building homes, we want to make sure that our residents know that those are available first, right? Not give priority. I know that gets into housing laws, and you can't give priority to anybody, but if we can work with our staff to help market those to our residents as they come online, would you be open to that?
I can't imagine that'll be a problem, but it's above my pay grade to commit to that. So let me, sounds like an absolutely.
All right. Thank you. And I do agree with Councilmember Miller as well on the sewer project. It does sound like you guys are almost there, right? But that should be even more reason to be okay with getting that requirement in, because if it is anything else, then it is going to cause some big changes for the other developments or possibly for the city. So I think that's a good way to move forward, and if it does change, we'll come back and have that conversation and figure out the best way forward there. Anything else? Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I just asked reserve the right to come back and respond to comments if they're made. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. All right, and now we'll go ahead and open up our public hearing. And we have Deborah G. Minor.
Until Gmail, nobody could even get close with pronouncing my name, so you're pretty good, thank you.
I asked Councilmember Miller. I had to ask, I was like, I don't know.
Now, instead of saying G as in girl, M as in Mary, I just say G like Gmail. Honorable Mayor Ortiz and members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to make a presentation to you this evening. My name is Deborah G. Minor, and I'm a full-time proud resident of the City of Indio. I live in Sun City Shadow Hills, and I am here to address the Pulte Desert Retreat Project. I am chair of our community's City Development Committee, charged with reviewing and recommending action to our board of directors regarding projected developments impacting our community. Sun City Shadow Hills is a community of 3,500 homes. Many of our residents are now full-time residents of the City of Indio. Several weeks ago, we presented more than 1,300 letters to the Planning Commission and to Mr. Councilman Miller regarding our members' concern about this project. Imagine getting 1,300 old people to sign a letter in the middle of summer 500 of which were obtained in a period of about 12 hours overnight. We see this as real community involvement at its best. Our residents remain concerned about Desert Retreat Project and its impact on their lives. First, thank you to Mr. Miller for meeting with us and Mr. Montgomery for sending us the most recent transportation study. We have had an opportunity to review it and continue to believe it does not fully address our community's concerns about the placement of an intersection at the entrance to Camino San Gregorio, a street which runs through our golf course, golf club and restaurant parking, and will form the intersection with Desert Retreat's main entrance, which you've had an opportunity to see on the maps presented to you. Based on our review of the data available to us, mostly gleaned from gate entrances and exits, and some of it anecdotal because counting cars in the middle of summer doesn't make a lot of sense. We believe the in and out data for Camino San Gregorio in the time period selected for the study does not accurately reflect peak hour usage for that location, and that the study underestimates the traffic levels at the proposed project intersection and the San Gregorio gate. We are very concerned, in addition, about the number of vehicles that will back up into the parking lot during peak hours and the safety issues that presents in case of an emergency at those facilities. I noted that, I believe it was Mr. Vaughn pointed out that there's room, I think, for 50-some cars that can back up into the Pulte driveway. Our driveway has no room for backup because it is formed with parking on each side of it. Cars enter into a single lane, exiting the property, and then go right or left onto 40th Avenue. So backup becomes a real concern. There's an emergency on our golf course. That's how the emergency vehicles generally access at least a significant part of our golf course, as well as our golf practice facilities, some of our maintenance facilities, and our restaurant. We're also very concerned about the impact the intersection at the parking lot in Madison will have on golf vehicles and maintenance vehicles. As you've already heard about, there's a maintenance driveway that is given very short shift, I think, in the report. Anyone who's traveled the south side of Avenue 40, and I mention that because all of the improvements occur on the north side. None of them occur on the south side of Avenue 40 between the parking lot and the fire station, knows that that can be a treacherous route if you are on a car, if you're on a bicycle, if you're in a green maintenance cart or a golf cart. The lanes are poorly marked, they merge and then diverge, you're directed onto the sideway, you're directed onto the roadway, and there are traffic poles and everything else along the sidewalk, making it really a difficult area. It's amazing there haven't been accidents there. I think it's because everybody's very aware of how much danger occurs in that area, whether you are a driver of a vehicle or a driver of a small 20-mile-an-hour putt-putt. From our perspective, and we are not trying to be difficult or argumentative, and I want to preface my comments than that, but what we see happening is that virtually the entire burden for Desert Retreat Project is being borne by the Sun City Shadow Hills community. We will suffer business loss for what I now hear is an 8 to 10 year build out. Certainly for the first couple of years when major construction is being done along Avenue 40. We do not know where the construction entrances and exits are going to be and how we may have to accommodate those. We will suffer business loss and increased travel time for both our residents and our construction crews and staff. We will not have a clearer path for golf carts and maintenance workers than we already have as they go to and from maintenance facilities and into our community. On the other hand, Pulte will benefit from being able to suggest to buyers the benefit of their location in close proximity to our golf and restaurant facilities, while Sun City residents will continue to bear a substantial cost in underwriting those facilities and in disruption to our daily lives. In addition, we continue to be concerned about the proposed agreement between CVWD and Pulte, and I really appreciate your questions on this point, to retain about 85% of wastewater on the Desert Retreat property. We understand that Pulte and CVWD are working on an agreement to this effect, and we appreciate our efforts of our council to engage with that issue. We hope that the board will make approval of this project conditional on expeditious production of a letter committing to that. Finally, we'll continue to monitor Pulte and CVWD's stormwater plans. We believe have been made to bear excess burden in support of the regional stormwater plan and do not want to become a catch basin for projects north, east, and west of us. And of course, construction noise and dust are a significant concern to our residents, many of whom have borne the burden of the stormwater channel work with large trucks back and forth every hour of the morning and afternoon along Avenue 40, going over to the sand pits and back to the construction site. It has been very difficult, and the sand and the buildup along 40th Avenue has been substantial as it has blown into people's backyards. Given all of that, as good neighbors, we have not tried to stop the Desert Retreat project, but we are concerned that Pulte will enjoy the benefits of the project while our community will bear the burden of the project. We believe there are better solutions that are not being considered in the haste to get this project off the ground. I like the suggestions, and I think I can speak for the board that we are happy and willing to meet at any time and any place, both with the city and with the developers, with Pulte, to make sure this project goes forward in a way that is good and safe for the entire area and for the city. We are not here to sandbag it. We don't want to just take it off the rails. We are glad to have a senior community next to us, but we want it to be a mutual respect. And so we are asking, I knew that would happen, for your support and consideration. Thank you. If I can answer any questions. Excuse me. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Brandon Marley, I'm the CEO with the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber. I also want to thank Board Member Julie Bueller as part of our Indio Chamber of Commerce. We really just wanted to come tonight and show our support. You know, we're advocates of the development. It's exciting to see some new development coming into North Indio, especially with all the new business that's coming over there. It seems like there's some good compromises that are coming between council and the developers, so we're really looking forward to seeing what that is going forward. And as representatives of the business community, we're excited to see the development to continue on the north side of Indio.
Okay, thank you. Sabdi, do we have any other public comments?
None, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing then, and entertain any discussion from our council.
If I could, I'd like to either have Kevin or a couple of our consultants address some of the issues from Sun City Shadow Hills. We're talking about the road, you know, is our construction going to have an effect on where the construction entrance is? How's it going to affect them on the actual sewer itself? And then also the traffic, because we had an independent study. They can kind of address some of these issues. Maybe that'll help with some of the clarification.
Okay. And then, Mayor, if the council did want to talk about the potential condition of approval, I do have draft language that we can discuss whenever the council's ready, if that's something you want to talk about.
That's on the sewer item.
On the sewer item.
You've got traffic and sewer. We could start, Mayor, with the sewer item first and then move to traffic.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So my understanding from both the public speakers and also the correspondence received from their attorney was the primary concern relates to option one. There were three options that were analyzed. Option one, which involves upsizing the sewer line that goes through the community. I don't think it would be ideal to prescribe exactly what the solution is, but if the council wanted language that at least took that option off the table, with an understanding that I agree, you know, we do want to be cognizant of another agency's jurisdiction, but we're not regulating CVMWD, we're regulating a land use applicant within our city. My recommendation would be language to the effect of, without affecting the discretion of CVMWD in the provision of services or any rights it may have under existing agreements or easements, applicants shall be required to prepare and obtain approval from CVMWD one or more special and or standard agreements for the provision of sanitary sewer service that does not require the upsizing of CVMWD facilities located within the Sun City Shadow Hills development. So that would be the proposed language that is different than language that was proposed by the Sun City Shadow Hills attorney. But they wanted to specifically say what the solution would be. I think a better solution is simply to say what it will not be.
I'm fine I'm fine with that. I just think that if we're gonna do phase one, which isn't gonna acquire any of the upsides or any of the other work because they're actually going through the existing sewer line, then it gives you plenty of time to be able to come up with the agreement to find an alternative solution. If you're not gonna go through there, then it should be off the table anyways. If you're gonna go up and go around. I don't care if they go up and go around on 40th or if they go the other way. I just don't want to disrupt Sun City Shadow
But
Hills.
we did analyze two other options
Yep.
under the environmental
I'm good
impact
with that.
report, so presumably it'll be one of those two other
Yep.
options.
I'm good with that.
Everybody good with that?
Absolutely. Excuse me, yes, definitely.
Yeah, perhaps Mr. Snyder can introduce some of the traffic, maybe the analysis of the EIR, and then if there's some questions, or Mr. Greenwood, our third-party engineering consultant, could chime in and answer some of Councilmember Miller's questions.
Thank you, City Manager. As it has been noted, the environmental impact report that was prepared for this project was a comprehensive environmental impact report that was done in accordance with the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. A significant area of analysis was transportation impacts, and that was conducted both in relation to the trip generation and the trip distribution of traffic from this site. So the surrounding street network, the capacity of that street network to handle and accommodate the additional traffic generated by this project was analyzed. The scope of that analysis was predetermined in consultation with the city, specifically the city engineer and the city's consulting traffic engineer, prior to any conduct of that traffic study. So the city had early and definitive input into what was going to be analyzed and how it was going to be analyzed. That's important because we want to make sure that the analysis that's conducted does demonstrate that city facilities, those streets that are owned and operated by the city, have adequate capacity to accommodate the additional traffic. And also if there's needed mitigation, whatever that might be, that mitigation is identified in accordance with adopted city standards. So overall, the analysis was conducted in accordance with city requirements, city standards. And for specific questions or information, I understand that City Engineer Juan Reyes is in the audience, and also consulting traffic engineer Mark Greenwood is also available to answer your specific questions. But again, the overall analysis was conducted in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and the prescriptions of how that analysis should be conducted as determined by the city.
And Kevin, appreciate that. So did it take into effect, I agree that Pulte, the new development, is going to have no issues with stacking. It's going to be deep into it, plenty of car clearance space. Did they take into effect the existing parking lot and how that would be affected, and the maintenance and other carts coming from one side of the property, from the north side of the new development that was the 18-hole par 3 golf course, into Shadow Hills, the golf course itself, or the maintenance yard? Did it specifically take in how they would be able to move along there safely compared to where they're doing now? Obviously, the traffic, there's a control, but there's another 1,500 homes.
Right, that's a great question, council member. And the short answer is yes. In fact, there were several meetings, as the council may or may not be aware, there was several meetings initially around the concept of a roundabout, and pedestrian and golf cart safety and the mobility and accessibility of pedestrians and golf carts was analyzed. Ultimately, the roundabout concept was dropped at the request of the city and based on input from residents of Sun City Shadow Hills. And so the traffic controls that were demonstrated earlier by Mr. Vaughn and were discussed by city staff in the staff report by Principal Planner Kennedy Reeve, all are around the provision of not only adequate vehicle movement, but adequate pedestrian safety along with golf course safety. So the traffic controls that are being put in place are intended to accommodate and ensure safe mobility for all users of the street system, not just the vehicles. Again, for specific details, I would refer to the city experts, city engineer Juan Reyes and consulting traffic engineer Mark Greenwood. But in short, yes.
Okay, and then just part of that is, so would it be specifically, I can ask Juan or the traffic engineer, would it be specifically marked different because of coming through? I mean, now it's a small area, it's kind of a line, Basically, because at one time we thought about having golf carts throughout the whole north side, from Terralago all the way down. We were going to be a golf cart friendly community. We haven't did that. We've kind of marked things out. Is it going to be new markings? How do they designate where it's going to go so that people aren't free for all in it wherever they need to go as quickly as they can?
Another great question. I would defer to Mr. Raya or Mr. Greenwood to give you specifics on that. So with that, I'd be happy to ask one of them to respond to your question more directly.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. Hi, I'm Mark Greenwood. I'm the city's consultant transportation engineer. Both Avenue 40 and Madison will have striped bike lanes, which also can accommodate golf carts for that golf cart interconnection between the various phases of the projects. So yes, golf carts are accommodated.
Okay. And then on the actual other part of it where they talked about the construction traffic, where will the construction entrance be and how will that affect it as we're going forward, as the phases go forward? Obviously the first phase will be in the front part, but as we go to the other entrance, how will those two intercede between construction traffic and also now new traffic along with existing traffic?
I'll take a crack at it, but I'll have Juan jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. Usually the construction access will progress with the nearest phase. So on phase 1, it's on Avenue 40. The access will be on Avenue 40. As the phases progress around to the north, eventually the construction access will happen on Avenue 38 and then also eventually on Madison. So it'll be distributed around the project as the phases progress.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? No questions? Okay. Well, I just wanted to say thank you to our developers here and also to our Sun City Shadow Hills residents for all their involvement in this process. I think we have made this a better project than it was in the beginning because of your engagement, and we really appreciate you showing up and all the interaction that's been going on. And we look forward to the future interaction between the two groups to make sure that this is a good project moving forward.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mayor. I think as I've watched this project progress, we have tried, I know the developers tried very hard to work with Sun City Shadow Hills to ensure that everything was done correctly, meeting expectations, whether it's with respect to the sewer, the traffic, mitigating all the issues that they had. And I think they really have done an excellent job of mitigating the concerns and many of the issues. I think there are some things that we need to keep our arms around, such as the sewer issue and some of the construction traffic and some of the impact to business that was mentioned earlier. But I think those are standard project issues that we need to carefully consider and, again, attempt to mitigate it. I have no doubt that it will be. I have no doubt that future concerns by the residents will continue to be addressed. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? Good. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 10386, number 10387, and number 10388 of City Council of the City of Indio, conditionally approving one specific plan and tentative track map 3847 TT 22-05-469 for the development of 1,500 active adult residential units with a community clubhouse and other recreational amenities on approximately 378 acres located along Avenue 38, Avenue 39, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street. Accessors parcels numbers 619-110-002-003-004-008-011 014 and 021, 023, 025, and certifying that the project's final environmental impact report, EIR, is in compliance with section 15089 and section 15132 of the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA guidelines.
With the
I'd like to add in
yes.
the condition.
Right.
And to clarify, that is the condition I read into the record earlier. Sewer. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Furman and a second from Councilmember Miller. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 4-0. Congratulations, and thank you all again for your participation and your engagement here. Appreciate it. We'll move on to item number 11, public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
None, Mayor.
All right, so we'll go ahead. We actually need a vote to adjourn the meeting today, so.
Please do.
Yes. Well, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
And it would be adjourned, if approved by the council, to Monday, September 18th at 5 p.m.
Yes, for the special meeting.
That's going to be an adjourned regular meeting.
Yes, exactly what I said.
Yeah. We have a motion? Oh, okay. We have a motion from Councilmember Miller and a second from Councilmember Holmes. We'll go ahead and vote. Roll call
This
vote?
one. Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
And Mayor Ortiz.
Aye. Thank you. We'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you. You missed your mark.
Close enough.